Oh, there used to be one empty.
Yeah, no more.
Yeah, you can see it.
Hi.
So,
It is 4:27 right now. I feel like singing in this mic.
I'm not able to hear anything. Hello.
Hey, is that our good friend William Lamb that I hear in the background?
Oh yeah, I can hear something now.
Hi,
I was
welcome.
wondering what happened. I couldn't hear
There
anything.
you are. There you are. I see you.
Really, I don't see anything.
You don't see us?
No, I don't have a visual.
Oh, there you are. You ran for before I. Okay, well, I think we need to let Dan know that you don't see us.
Yeah, I don't have a view. I lost you guys. I couldn't hear anything.
Councilmember, we haven't officially started the meeting yet, but we can hear you.
Oh, okay, great.
Okay, it is 4:30. So I will call this meeting to order. And today is the 19th, 17th, May 17th. So I'll call this meeting to order the Milpitas City Council, the Housing Authority, and Public Financing Authority of June 17th, 2025. This meeting is broadcast via Zoom. The City Council meeting is available for instant translation in over 50 languages with Wordly, accessible via mobile phone, computer, and video displays. So by scanning the QR code located on the title page of the agenda in the upper right-hand corner. So City Clerk Guzetta, please take the roll.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo? Councilmember Chua?
Here.
Councilmember Lamb?
Here.
Councilmember Lian?
Here.
Mayor Montano?
And I'm here. And so now I will turn it over to our attorney, Christopher Creech.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a request pursuant to AB 2449 by Councilmember Lamb to allow his remote appearance today. What would be required is a motion by the City Council with a majority vote to allow his remote appearance under the emergency circumstances exception and to allow remote public comment at this meeting. Councilmember Lamb requires remote participation pursuant to Government Code Section 54953 F2 F2 A2 for a temporary communicable illness. With that said, we would require a motion and a second for approval.
Second. So now let's call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo, Councilmember Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb,
Aye.
Councilmember Lian,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
Aye.
And then Councilmember Lamb, I'm required to ask, is there anyone over the age of 18 present in the room with you at this time?
No.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we will adjourn to closed session. But before we adjourn to closed session, Acting City Attorney Creech, please brief the public on the closed session items for today.
Thank you, Mayor. You have 4 items on closed session. The first is conference with legal counsel pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 is for existing litigation, Hem versus City of Milpitas, WCAB case number ADJ 1787664, and ADJ 1787667. The second item is conference with legal counsel pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 is for existing litigation, McHarris versus City of Milpitas, Santa Clara County Superior Court docket number 23 CV 247505. The third item is conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency's designated representative is Rick Bolanos of Lieber, Cassidy, and Whitmore. The employee organizations are ProTech, MidCon, MEA, and unrepresented employees. The final closed session item is public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1. The position is city manager.
Thank you, Attorney Creech. So now I will open up for public comment on any of the closed session items.
I have no public speaker cards, Mayor.
And is there anyone in the public that would like to make any comments on any of the closed session items? Seeing,
I have no public speakers in Zoom.
okay, seeing none, we will we will adjourn to closed session.
turn on the, can you hear me now? Oh,
Okay. It is now 7 o'clock, 7 p.m. So we are coming back to order, and we will have our city attorney make a comment on our closed session items.
Thank you, Mayor. There's nothing to report out of closed session at this time.
Okay, thank you for that. So now we will do the Pledge of Allegiance. Everyone rise, please. Would anyone of my colleagues want to lead the Pledge of Allegiance? Okay, we'll have Vice Mayor.
Ladies and gentlemen, the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag, the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And we also have an invocation, and today is my turn. So every month we take turns. And so today I have a friend that I asked her, hey, can you give me a scripture from the Bhagavad Gita? So this Sanskrit text is from chapter 5, verse 18 of the Bhagavad Gita, offers a universal message of timeless wisdom about seeing beyond differences to recognize our fundamental unity and oneness of all beings. So this verse from the Bhagavad Gita says, those of us who are truly wise see all beings in equal light, recognizing there is the same Holy Spirit, God, matter, energy, in all beings, regardless of where their habitat, background, or circumstance. In turn, in this understanding of such equality lies the very foundation of wisdom and compassion. And then this other one, the Sanskrit text from chapter 12, verse 13 of the Bhagavad Gita, offers a universal message of friendliness and compassion. This verse from the Bhagavad Gita implores us to be free of hatred and free of envy towards all beings. It says, let our being be filled with friendliness and compassion, be free from ego and filled with humility. May each one of us be equipped in happiness and distress, practice tolerance and patience. With this spirit, may we live as friends of all creation. This is from the sacred Bhagavad Gita. Thank you. And so now we will do presentations. We go to the podium and we give out commendations for certain groups. So this week we have National Parks and Recreation Month, and we have certificates of recognition for Black April for performers. So if my colleagues would join me up in the front. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Well, that was pretty loud. Okay. Okay, so we're going to start off with the Parks and Recreation Month, a time to recognize a vital role of our parks and recreation and community services programs in Milpitas. These programs promote health and wellness, supporting lifelong learning, and create opportunities for connection through recreation and community engagement. In July 2025, it marks the 40th anniversary of Park and Recreation Month, and the theme is Build Together, Play Together, which highlights the impact of recreation professionals, seasonal staff, and volunteers who help maintain the parks and programs we all enjoy. So join me, Mayor Carmen Montano, and the Milpitas City Council in celebrating July 2025 as Parks and Recreation Month in the city of Milpitas. So I think we have our Parks and Recreation Director, Renee Lawrenson, will accept this. And would you like to say a few words? Okay. There you go.
Thank you. And I'm going to have my staff here come up and join us. We're moving slow. This is the first week of summer. I'll just say thank you to the council. This is great. As I mentioned, this is our first week of summer. We're here year round, but this is our busy season. As an example, just this week alone, we have 5,246 people descending on our rec sites, in our parks, and in our pools. So we're happy to serve. It's an honor. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you very much for that. And in Milpitas, that's one of the things that we do have is beautiful parks, and our residents, they love and they utilize our parks. So we have now, the City of Milpitas presents this commendation to Viet Youth for the City of Milpitas Black April Month event. So we have, and then we also have Viet Steps. So if you can come on down. And matter of fact, I'm going to have Councilmember Lin to give these out because this is appropriate. Okay? Why don't you give these out? Say something.
May I invite you to say?
Hi, hello everyone. My name is Kwan. We're from Viet Steps. It's truly an honor to be here today. We've had plenty of opportunities to perform in the city of Milpitas this past several years. So today we're just super excited and honored to be receiving this certificate. Well, thank you again.
Han, you're not only celebrating this youth, teaching them the steps, the dance, you are doing a much greater thing, teaching them what our culture and the heritages. And they are going to be amazing. They are going to be leaders in our city and in our region. So thank you for the great work that you do. And thank you, all these beautiful young ladies. I love your performance.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much for that. And so now we will do public forum. So now let's move on to public forum. Members of the public are invited to speak on any item that does not appear on today's agenda. Public forum will be limited to 2 minutes. And are there any cards?
Yes, Mayor, I have several. The first speaker is going to be Bhupendra Kumar, followed by Krunal Shah, and then Rania Zhang.
Welcome.
Well, hello, good evening. So My name is Bhupendra Kumar, and I'm a 33-year resident of City of Milpitas. Both my kids are product of Milpitas Unified School District, and I'm here to bring a concern from one of our neighbor, house number 1189 Sunrise Way. This homeowner has obtained first they obtained a permit for JADU. They falsified the information that they live on this property, and they've been granted a permit from the city based on what information they provided. So they got a permit for JADU. They built that permit. They convert that house into 2 units. It's a 3-bedroom house turned into 5-bedroom house. Then second thing they did, they illegally separated a master bedroom from the main dwelling, and they made a 3rd unit. This homeowner did not stop. He got another permit to build a ADU in his backyard, and that ADU is 4-bedroom. So that makes this house 9-bedroom. This JADU, it's in a state violation, code section 65852.22, and the homeowner is saying that. So we contacted the code department, and the code department did some due diligence, and they are saying they're going to come back and live on this property once the construction is complete. And whereas they are keeping a renter in this house all along, and I think it's become a parking issue, safety issue, and the occupants who's living in that house, like they kind of strange looking people going in and out the house. We have a neighborhood, we have a children's nearby. It becomes a safety concern. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Krunal Shah, followed by Rania Zhang, and then Han Yi Yuan.
Good evening, council members. My name is Krunal Shah, and I am resident of Pines from past 10 years and more. I'm here out of concern of the property, which is now having 3 addresses on the same parcel, 1189, 1191, 1193 Sunrise Way, and violating the JADU requirements. So this is a quite shift from like having a community which we all have moved, and this raises safety concerns, increased traffic, parking overflow, unfamiliar short-term tenants, and reduced visibility for children playing outside. And I'm father to 2, which is 10 and 11, and we moved here, and our neighbors are now family. And this really breaks the quorum, and also held city a bit reckless in providing such additional dense living and having no code, no conduct to go back and check on the actual permits based on which these were granted. And this, to me, definitely requires city planning to kind of step up, not just kind of stop and pause these extra construction which are not permitted without owner occupancy, and also be very careful on approving this moving forward. We love Pines. It's not a neighborhood, it's a family, and that's where my children will grow, and we expect more safety there. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Rania Zhang, followed by Han Yi Yuan, and then Voltaire Montemayor.
Welcome.
Hi. So I'm Rania Zhang, and I'm part of the nonprofit CP mentorship, and we have a few slides. I'm sure they were sent out to you guys. So today we'll be covering what we've done for the Sunnyvale City Council, and that's AI meeting minutes. So you can see the agenda on the side. So right now I'm on the 3rd slide, and in that you can see a large table that's on the Sunnyvale City Council website, and that's accessible to everyone. You can see they have an agenda and they have a full transcription of all of their city meetings. But the issue is that they want to make all of this public, right? They want the public to be able to know what's going on in all of their meetings. And so they asked us to help them create an algorithm to summarize all of their meetings. And so we did that using a lot of Python code as well as using Gemini's API. So in the second point is demo, but unfortunately you guys have a PDF. We thought we could project it, but basically we posted all of the past city council meeting minutes from this year onto our CP mentorship website, and they're accessible to anybody. And the PDFs range between 2 and I think 6 or 7 pages long. And so that's much better than their typical 2 or even sometimes 6+ hours of meetings. And next, I think my friend Hanyi will cover the rest. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, next we have Han Yi Yuan, followed by Voltaire Montemayor, and then Annie Yu.
Hello, I am Hani. I am from the city of Milpitas, and I am also part of CP mentorship on this project to create AI meeting minutes from transcriptions and videos. When we were commissioned by the city of Sunnyvale to do this, and initially we ran into a lot of problems, and I just want to elaborate that our purpose is to help the people have more voice in these local governments by helping them understand easier what is going on and what the city is helping to do, and giving these individuals more agency to help them decide whether or not they want to participate in the local government. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Next, we have Voltaire Montemayor, followed by Annie Yu.
Thank you, Voltaire Montemayor, Milpitas, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, City Manager and staff. Yeah, I start with a great invocation read by the Mayor, Bhagavad Gita. Yeah, we need prayers. We need to love each other. We're good in Milpitas. And yeah, destruction, loss of lives is one of the biggest concerns. Parks, I used to be with the Parks Commission, so great job, Parks personnel. And the youth internationally, they are the hope of the fatherland. So we'll start from youth, then us also. Yeah, I heard the speakers and I understand. I could point some, maybe not much of advantage, but disadvantages as far as I have heard. And also, did I print, like, anyway, I'm not for any size, like, I had the tentative city council agenda, and I printed this big ones also. But anyway, it's what it is. That's a good plan from the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then we have Annie Yu.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Annie Yu. I've lived in Milpitas for my whole life, which is 15 years. I'm here also on behalf of Compass Point Mentorship, but also the SVCE-sponsored group, Clean Energy and Art. And from that, you can tell we work mostly in pushing for environmental justice and also art, which is something I've also been really passionate about since a really young age. So we've been working for a really long time on clean energy and art-related projects, such as our workshops and our concerts, and probably most importantly, the mural project, which I'll be elaborating on later. But one thing that's clear in like all of our projects is we want like the people that we're teaching and the people that are participating in our events to have fun while also learning about like environmental justice and clean energy. So now let's go on to the mural project. I did send you guys a PDF of like some details that might be helpful, but we're hosting 2 murals in Milpitas. One is at Ed Levin County Park from August 4th to August 8th, and the second one will be at the Milpitas Library from July 12th to 13th and July 19th to 20th. So some background on this program, we started back in 2022 with Stevens Creek and Alviso, and then we just kept doing it, such as Hellier Park. We also did a different one in Ed Levin Park, etc. So one thing that all of these murals have in common is that they're not just about the color in the scene, it's about encouraging people to really like appreciate the environment. And so the point is, we'd really love to continue collaborating with kind of this Beautify Milpitas project. We believe that our group, our team of young people provide both like fresh insight and also they get valuable education from participating in these things that personally I have found it to be really essential to how I'm progressing through high school. But yeah, together we can paint a greener, more beautiful Milpitas, and thank you for everything you do.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else?
I have no additional public speaker cards, and I believe there is nobody on Zoom.
Okay, great. Thank you. Is anyone in the public audience that would like to say anything on any subject that is not on the agenda? Okay, great. So I would like to say a side note. So Amy, thank you very much for coming and promoting the Silicon Valley Clean Energy, and with Catherine Liu. So so our organization, we have an organization called Beautify Milpitas. So we're working in partnership with that organization to put a mural near the library. It's not at the library, but it's a private business, and we're going to be putting a mural on the nice fence to kind of spruce up Main Street. So thank you for everything you do. Thank you. Okay, so now that we don't have any speakers, so now let's move on to announcements of conflict of interest and campaign contributions from our acting city attorney, Mr. Creech, Attorney Creech.
Thank you, Mayor. I ask the mayor and each member of the city council whether he or she has any financial or personal conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo?
None.
Councilmember Chua?
None.
Councilmember Lamb?
None.
Councilmember Leanne?
None.
Mayor Montano?
None.
Thank you. I further ask the mayor and the members of the Milpitas City Council to please disclose any campaign contributions of $100 or more received within the last 12 months from any of the parties entering into contracts with the city on tonight's agenda, or contributions received from development project applicants for development projects on tonight's agenda.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo?
None.
Councilmember Chua?
None.
Councilmember Lamb?
None.
Councilmember Leanne?
None.
Mayor Montano?
None.
Thank you, Mayor. Let the record reflect no reported conflicts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now I will go to my colleagues and ask if any one of you would like to read the code of conduct. And that includes you, Councilmember Lamb, since, and I forgot to mention that Councilmember Lamb is on Zoom, speaking from home. So any of you? Okay, seeing none. Do you see, is there someone that would like to say read the code of conduct? We have you, Councilmember Lamb. Are you the one that wants to speak? Okay, Councilmember Lamb, go ahead.
Okay. Milpitas City Council Code of Conduct. Be respectful and courteous. Model civility. Avoid surprises. Praise publicly and criticize privately. Focus on the issues, not the person. Refrain from using electronic devices while on the council dais. Disclose conflicts of interest and affiliations related to agenda items. Separate governing from campaigning. The council speak with one voice after making policy on issues. Respect the line between policy and administration. Council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Lamb. Okay, and so now moving on to the approval of the agenda. Does anyone have any changes to make on the agenda? If not, let's have a motion and a second. It was moved by Councilmember Chua and seconded by Vice Mayor Barbadillo. So let's call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo?
Aye.
Councilmember Chua?
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb?
Aye.
Councilmember Lian?
Aye.
Mayor Montano?
Aye. Thank you. So now moving on to the consent calendar. So does staff or any of my colleagues have any comments or changes on the consent calendar? I don't see anybody. Oh, we have Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
Like to pull item number C7, please.
Okay. Is that it? Okay, item C7, which is, which one is that?
It's
the
the travel
travel.
request for the attendance at the League of California Cities
Okay,
2025 Annual Conference.
Great, thank you. And for me, I don't see anyone else. Oh, we have Councilmember Chua.
Move to approve the consent.
Oh, wait, I have one.
Oh, you do? Yeah,
Okay, I want to pull C17 and C28, and these will be very short. I have a short question on it.
C17 and C18?
Right. C17 is the one on, let's see,
Gateway.
right, the Gateway Main Street
specific
specific plan, and then the other one is about the C28.
Crossing guard. 28 too?
28, that's the, the nutritious meals services. So I
Okay.
just had a question on
Okay.
vegetarian. Okay, so,
Move to approve the consent calendar with C7, C17, C18, and C28 being pulled.
is there a second?
I don't think there was a request for C18 to be pulled.
18?
No, it was 17.
Yeah, okay. Move to approve consent calendar with C7, C17, and C28 being pulled.
Okay.
Good.
Is there,
Second.
okay, so it was moved by Councilmember Chua and seconded by Vice Mayor Barbadillo. Let's call for the vote.
We need to call for public comment, Mayor.
Public comment on the consent calendar. Anyone? We have Mr. Montemayor. Come on up.
Yeah, I've read those consent calendars items, and I think they're great to pull and have to talk about. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no additional speaker cards, Mayor.
Okay, great. All right, so now we'll move on to public hearings. So City
Mayor, we
Manager,
still need to call for the vote.
call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo?
Aye.
Councilmember Chua?
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb?
Aye.
Councilmember Lian?
Aye.
Mayor Montano?
Aye. Okay, now we'll move on to public hearings. City Manager?
The first public hearing is for the council to consider adoption of a resolution confirming the 2025 weed abatement assessment report and assessment list to be entered into the tax rolls. And so he's here already. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Arthur Belton, Deputy Chief, functioning as your fire marshal here for the city of Milpitas. I'll wait for the slide deck to come up. But as I'm waiting for that, if you remember last month, I came and presented on the hazard map that we adopted, and I spoke to you, if you remember and recall, the difference between hazard and risk. Hazard we really can't affect. That's sort of based on what's existent in topography, weather in the area. Risk, on the other hand, is something we can interface and engage. So weed abatement is one of the significant ways that we engage in trying to reduce risk for when fires do start, that they don't become catastrophic and spread too fast and too quickly in a way that we can't control. So having said that, we can go to the next slide. On March, you approved a listing that was presented to you of properties that had weeds and declared that the dangerous weeds growing on those properties to be a public nuisance that must be abated. Next slide, please. Since that time, staff actions, if the nuisance was not removed after inspection, the city contracted with the county to remove the weeds and abate the nuisance. In accordance with the municipal code, the county filed that with the city clerk's office an assessment of the list of the weeds that were abated within the city. Pursuant to the California Health and Safety Code, a copy of the report, an assessment list is confirmed, will be turned over to the auditor for the county to be on before August 10th, and that will be attached to the properties for the way that the property taxes are collected. A notice of this public hearing was sent out by the city clerk's office to be published in the local newspaper. As well, those notices were mailed out from my office to the individual property owners. Next slide, please. For council recommendation, we're asking that by the Milpitas Municipal Code, requiring that the City Council hear this assessment report and hear any objections that may be offered by property owners. This is the opportunity for those property owners to come forward if they have any objections to this assessment list. Following adoption by the City Council, the resolution will be recorded and charges thereon will become a lien on the land and be involved, as I said, collected with property taxes. A copy of the assessment list and the proposed resolution was included in your agenda packet that you received for this evening. Next slide, please. So recommend that you open and listen to any comments and subsequently close the hearing and adopt the resolution confirming the 2025 weed abatement assessment report and assessment list to be entered into the tax assessment rolls. That concludes my presentation. I'm here to answer any questions. Also, we have Garrick Eos Solensky, who is here as the manager for the weed abatement program with the county.
Thank you very much, Deputy Fire Chief Arthur Belton. And so now we will open up the public for any comments on this item.
I have no public speaker cards, Mayor.
Anyone from the audience that would like to make any comments? We have Mr. Montemayor, you can come on up.
Thank you. Most of the times, I'm here particularly with this topic. Yes, there should be a teamwork or subsidizing effort between the subject property owner and the property and those problems. Weeds are always a problem. It creates a eventual imperceptible problem that will cause the city. As simple as the road hitting the drainage, then it may break it, and it's a big problem. We never know, the roads will make features from the top. There may be a reaction that will make corrosion or erosion to the sides of the house or front of the house. So all I believe is there was one instance that we talk about it with the subject property owner and property private place that I know we took care of it and we help. I think we at least extend help to the concerned ones. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to make any comments?
I have no public speaker cards and no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, seeing none, I will close the public hearing and move on to council discussion. Anyone from the council that wants to make any comments, or if you won't have any questions of Mr. Belton? Okay, we have Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor. Seeing there's no discussion, I would like to move to approve. Do you have any?
You have a,
Go ahead.
so we have Vice Mayor Barbadillo who would like to make a comment, and before we go on to Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor. Just quick.
Yeah.
So this is a resolution that would confirm violations of homes with overgrown weeds and that became public nuisance.
Yeah, and to clarify, just to be clear, there's no fine involved. The costs are associated with the cost of administering the program and doing the work itself. So there's no actual penalty or fine applied. It's just for the work that's been done to abate the weeds or inspection work that's been done by the county.
Right. On the attachments to the report, there are commensurate dollar amounts. What are they? Are they going to be charged to the homeowners or?
They'll be charged to the property, so the property owner will be paying it as along with their property taxes. It comes in the bill now.
Okay.
In that form.
So, and these property owners were warned, noticed, and whatnot.
Yes.
Right.
There's been multiple communications through the process, and then once they arrive on the list, they sit on that list for 3 years. Provided they abate the weeds themselves for 3 years, and they're removed from the list. And to be honest, some of the homeowners, I believe, or some of the property owners, I believe, just sort of know that this is a course of action, and they just allow this to happen as a function of having the property.
All right. And the costs will be linked to their houses paid through property taxes? How does it?
It's attached to the property tax assessment.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So we have Councilmember Chua that would like to make a comment.
I would like to make a motion to approve the recommendation to approve item 29 based on the recommendation of staff as stated on the agenda.
Is there a second? And it was seconded by Councilmember Lian. So let's call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb,
Aye.
Councilmember Lian,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I am an aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, City Manager, item 30.
The next item is for the council's consideration of adopting a resolution certifying the City of Milpitas Sewer System Management Plan.
There he is.
Welcome.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, and members of the community. I have a very lengthy presentation about our sewer system. I'm kidding, of course. I recognize not everybody's excited as I am to talk about sewer utilities. This will be a brief presentation. I only have a handful of slides, and then I'll entertain any questions you may have. So, may I have the presentation and the first slide? I mentioned it was brief. Felt like it never even occurred. We're done. Okay, that's better. Next slide, please. So before we get into the few slides, this is just, I think this was pulled from the utility rate study that was done a couple years ago, if it looks familiar to some of you. Just some factoids about our sewer collection system, our pipelines, our number of manholes, the volume of pipes that we do attempt to clean every year. We have 5 miles of force mains. Force mains, in case you didn't know or couldn't remember, are pressurized mains that convey sewer from an area low-lying to higher grounds where we can't use gravity flow. About 70% of our system was built prior to 1990. So if you take anything away from it, that is a fact for you in case you're on Jeopardy one day. Next slide, please. The state regulations that govern sewer system management plans and how municipal utilities manage their collection systems emanate from State Water Resources Control Board. The board adopted Order 2022 in 2003, 2002, effective 2003. I will otherwise refer to them as WDRs, waste discharge requirements. They require that all entities that own and operate sanitary sewer systems that convey untreated wastewater to prepare sanitary sewer management plans. The sanitary sewer management plan is a document, as you can see, that addresses procedures to operate, maintain, manage wastewater collection systems. The goal of the plan is to provide a plan to schedule, properly manage, operate, and maintain all parts of the enrollee sanitary sewer system, reduce and prevent spills, and should they occur, to mitigate them. Next slide, please. What is a sewer spill, otherwise used to be referred to as sanitary sewer overflow, SSOs. Hopefully you have never seen one of these in real life. That would be a perfect scenario. So this is just a representation of untreated sewage that is bubbling out of a pick hole on a manhole cover. These are bad. They, as you can imagine, are injurious to public health and or the environment, and we do our best to mitigate those. The SSMP is comprised of 11 elements, functional elements. They cover anything from our capital improvement program to our operation and maintenance activities, to how we televise our sewer lines and do condition assessments through closed circuit television, CCTV, our FOG program, which is mainly steered towards food establishments. Our programmatic functions to advocate for best management practices and advocate and support the community and how they can properly dispose of their grease, and of course an emergency spill response plan. So next slide, please. Just so you are aware, there is a triage and methodology by which we respond when we do see SSOs or spills occurring in the community. They can either come in from a member of the community who calls our 2600 hotline during working hours, otherwise 2602 after hours. In turn, we have our public works maintenance collection system staff that is deployed to mitigate the circumstance, who in turn will advise the public works manager, who serves, who's one of several legally responsible officials, LROs. He's our primary. Lane, marshal, or deputy is our secondary, and should they not be around, then it comes to me. One of our activities when this happens is we call Cal OES and report the incident. Cal OES generates sort of an ID number, an incident number that we then refer to when we upload all of our information to the state portal, which is referred to as CWIX, California Integrated Water Quality System. Next slide, please. There are a part of one of the elements of the plan is our spill emergency response plan, which has been significantly updated since the last iteration of the WDR, which was way back in 2006, and has since been supplanted by the 2022 version. You can see anything from the location to category. There are 4 categories. Category 1 is any amount of volume that reaches a water body or a conveyance system that directly connects to an outfall of a water body. I won't get into the details of the other ones. The other ones are smaller in volume, and those do not reach a water body. So we have management, crew responsibilities, checklists. Have they done everything they could do as part of their deployment to mitigate the circumstance? And then it triages here with level of responsibility based on who's next in the chain of command. Ultimately, they are reported into CWICS based on the category. As you can see, we have up to 15 days. We have to call it in no later than 3 days after we're aware of the incident, but we have 15 days to certify the occurrence of such. So just to give you a sense that it's not managed in a flippant, haphazard way, there is a methodology and practice behind how our crew respond to these. Next slide, please. Lot of changes. I won't get into the minutia of each one of them. This is just, I see 6 bullets, which distills some of them. The staff report mentions changes. There is a revision to the structure and compliance alignment. There is a revision enhancement to the condition assessment and rehabilitation planning. There is modernized mapping and GIS protocols as well. We briefly looked at the spill emergency response plan. There are updates to that. There are updates to use of technology and preventive maintenance. You may remember that we have 33 smart covers deployed throughout the community. Smart covers are technology-driven apparatus that are under the manhole. They are meant to monitor for surcharges and help us respond to those before the sewage actually spills out of the manhole. There are improvements to our FOG program, our fats, oil, and grease program. There are a host of training and certification enhancements as well. So quite a voluminous update. It's been 16 years, understandably so, but there's a lot that goes behind creating the SSMP. Next slide, please. That's pretty much it. The SSMP is now referred to and to be adopted as a living document. We are otherwise regulatorily obligated to bring it back every 6 years or sooner than that, but no later than every 6 years. You won't see me here for another 6 years. There is good news. See? And then every 3 years, we actually do internal audits. We can do those with our own staff or outsource it if we have capacity constraints. So the internal audits are really meant to address our compliance protocols. Are we achieving the objectives of the SSMP and the order itself? Are there updates to the management structure, et cetera, et cetera. So next slide. That's it. Staff's recommendation, if you'd be so kind, is to adopt a resolution certifying the City of Milpitas' 2025 Sewer System Management Plan, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Director Dorenzo. So now we will open the public hearing on this item. Is there anyone in the public that would like to make any comments, questions on this item?
Thank you again. Yeah, great presentation and brief. I will have a brief one too. Hopefully I won't mix up like we have the pipe for our drinking water, we have the pipe for sewer, and we have the, I think it's combined for storm drain or drainage. Of course, we want Milpitas about drinking water in the pipe, and we don't want to pollute our ground, pollute the seashore, and around. Anyway, pollution, bad smell, and all those. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montemayor. Is there anyone else from the public?
I have no additional public speaker cards and no hands raised on Zoom, Mayor.
Okay, great. Thank you, everyone, and we'll close the public hearing. And before, I have a couple of questions, but before that, I'll ask the council if they have any questions. We have Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor. Director Chris Chen.
Christian's fine.
I just have a quick question.
Yes.
Do we have statistics on how many sewer spills?
Yes, it's
we
in.
do?
We do. It's actually page 1 of the SSMP that should be in your packet.
So how does it
We
look?
are trending a lot better than the state average, In fact, I don't recall, and Elaine can confirm, but I don't recall we even had a Category 1 spill.
Oh,
Yeah,
good.
so we're doing quite well.
I just want everybody to know that. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else? So I guess my question is sort of in line with yours. And this has to do with the threat to public health. What would be a cause of a public spill? What would be some of the causes?
There are several causes. One of them we mentioned is a cause that occurs through fog or fats, oil, and grease, fats and oils, primarily residential as well, but primarily from food establishments, is a significant contributor. So we have a program to manage and oversee the manifests of restaurants. We go and inspect. We inspect grease interceptors. We inspect grease traps and make sure they are properly maintained, because the purging, otherwise the grease will simply wash out into the collection system. And it'll congeal and freeze and solidify, and eventually water will back up and bubble up into the barrel of the manhole. Another very common one is sometimes there'll be root root intrusions from trees. This happens a lot on the residential side. We get a lot of calls from residents. On the public side, sometimes the root balls themselves will lodge into the collection system, and so agencies will have a foam application programs where they apply a foam with a herbicide into collection system that looks like a really thick shaving cream, and that will sort of disintegrate the roots, and then the roots will organically just dissolve and wash out. So those are two very common instances.
Okay, great. But that's very informative. So you mentioned about grease. So does that, the sewer line and the grease, from the restaurants, they use the same pipe?
Yes.
Oh,
Ultimately, it's the same
I didn't know that. I
discharge.
thought they used separate pipes.
Ultimately, the same discharge. They have their own way, because of the volume they generate, it's usually hauled off. They'll contract with a third-party environmental and have that hauled off. Residential, we have programs and we advocate for folks not to dispose of their cooking grease down their drain. There's better ways. You normally would, you can mix it with your coffee grounds. You can mix it with cat litter or sawdust, and then you can just dispose of it as you would any other trash.
And how do you educate the public on that? I mean,
we have Elaine has a staff, and we'll participate in outreach activities, farmers markets. We have brochures, flyers, our website. We send information either through our social media platforms, and we like many agencies, we do our best to champion and advocate for proper maintenance and disposal.
yeah, I never seen that. Maybe piggybacking with our sanitation company and just having a little phrase on there that, sure not to put the grease in the.
I can follow up with Elaine and
Yeah.
staff, and I don't know what the routine is and how frequently we outreach and market, but we could do a little bit additional push on that front.
Well, thank you, Public Works Director, Director DiRenzo. Thank you. Does anyone in the council have any more questions? If not, I need a motion in a second. I'll go ahead and make a motion. Do I have a second? Okay, so I made the motion by Mayor and seconded by Vice Mayor. So let's call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo?
Aye.
Councilmember Chua?
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb?
Aye.
Councilmember Leanne?
Aye.
Mayor Montano?
Aye, thank you. And so now, City Manager, Community Development.
So the next item is an item that was deferred from the June 3rd meeting. It's consideration of adopting a resolution accepting the MTC Transit-Oriented Community Planning and Implementation Projects grants in the amount of $400,000 as a condition to receive regional discretionary funds to support increased allowable floor area ratio for the implementation of parking and a transportation demand management policy for our TOC areas. And we have here Jay. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm back again for this item. And as City Manager Santana indicated, it is for the Metropolitan Transportation Commission Transit-Oriented Communities Policy. Next slide, please. I presented much of this information in the last time I was here for this presentation, so I'll go through it a little bit more quickly this time, but just wanted to provide a little bit of a background on the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, regional planning and transportation agency for the 9-county Bay Area region, and they are responsible for establishing the regional plan, which is Plan Bay Area 2050, but also for receiving and dispersing funds, grants from the state and federal governments. And then for OBAG, One Bay Area Grant funding, through that fund or funding from the federal government and state, the city has received priority development area grants through MTC. MTC also has a priority production area grant program, which funds areas intended more for employment generating uses. But the priority development area grant is for areas prioritized for development, residential, both residential and commercial. And the Metropolitan Transportation Transit-Oriented Communities Policy has 4 components: residential and commercial density, affordable housing policies, parking management, and transit station access and circulation. And as you can see, Milpitas has 3 TOC areas: Alder Station, Great Mall Station, and the BART Station. Next slide, please. And I do want to refresh everyone's memory by going over the scope of work. There are 2 main components. The first component is to increase only the allowable commercial and office density, also known as the floor area ratio, in the BART Station TOC area. And to provide a little more detail, we are only proposing to increase the maximum FAR, not the minimum. In doing so, that will provide the greatest flexibility for non-residential development, where we can allow for retail developments, 1 story, which we often see there right now, but also multiple levels of office at greater densities, which, doing that typically improves the financial feasibility of commercial and office developments. And this is something that we want to see in this area, especially being close in close proximity to transit services, and office development having a positive impact on the city's fiscal situation. And then also doing this part of the work will improve the city's competitiveness for future MTC grants, which is what MTC has stated. And then the second component is to study existing parking policies and requirements and develop transportation demand management TDM strategies in Milpitas's 3 TOC areas. What this would mean is that a consultant would analyze existing requirements, and then rather than reducing the parking requirements, parking supply, we would want to develop transportation demand management strategies which lower the parking demand. So we believe that this is the best way to minimize impacts in the city of Milpitas and in these TOC areas. Rather than having less parking, it's trying to reduce the amount of parking that is needed. And then, so we would do this study, and then it would demonstrate that there would be an alternative means of compliance, which would allow us to maintain current parking requirements. And also this piece of the work would improve Milpitas's competitiveness for future MTC grants. And I want to clarify, none of this work includes any housing policies, no increases to the housing densities. It is only what is stated in this scope of work. Next slide, please. But I do want to reiterate some of the clarifications that I made last time, but have a little bit more. And as I mentioned, the city is not proposing to comply with the affordable housing component, any of them, for the TOC policy. The city is not proposing to increase residential density in the TOC, in any TOC area. MTC only requires financial commitments if cities choose to comply with certain affordable housing policies. There are alternative means of compliance requiring no financial commitment. So MTC provided a variety of options for compliance with the housing policies, and only some of them require financial commitments. However, the city is not proposing to pursue any policies related to MTC's TOC policy regarding affordable housing. And adopting this resolution will not commit the city to compliance with the entire TOC policy, only to complete the work necessary for compliance with the stated scope of work. And the city will also not lose local control over development in any way. MTC, again, is a regional planning agency that does not have the regulatory authority the state has. And staff has also made some changes to the resolution that clarify this, which I will go over soon. And staff will also review any future draft grant contract with MTC and confirm that the commitments in the contract align with the above statements and staff's current understanding and all of MTC's previous communication with the city. Next slide, please. Following the last meeting, we did follow up with MTC for further communication to clarify and confirm what staff had said at the last meeting and also the questions that council had. And some of the key points that came out of this communication, which included a meeting and also email correspondence in writing that MTC confirmed. The resolution only affirms the intent to adopt stated scope of work. Adoption is not required. It really is just, the resolution is indicating that city staff or the city will do the work as stated in the scope of work, not necessarily adopt what is the deliverables that are created. So council ultimately can still decide whether to adopt or not. The grant funding is not contingent on adoption. It is just meant to fund the work that staff is proposing. And also MTC confirmed that compliance with the full suite of TOC policies is not required. This was pretty clear from everything that we've communicated before, but we think having it in writing in an email makes that more clear and gives the city greater assurances. And also MTC confirmed and clarified that the city would still remain the project or consultant manager. So we still would be able to review all deliverables and guide and direct the consultant to prepare any work in a manner that best fits the city's needs. Next slide, please. So I did want to go over some changes to the resolution. The updated resolution has been provided to the council, but I want to briefly go over some of the key changes. We changed the language from take steps towards achieving compliance to simply accept funding. We also added new whereas statements reaffirming local control per the legislative advocacy policy. We also deleted a couple of this whereas statements with general language regarding the overall intent of the TOC policy, including discussions of any housing policies, just to remove any confusion. We also added new whereas statements indicating that the city already established where new housing development is allowed and where only non-residential development is allowed. So regardless of whether we change the densities, that does not have an impact on what our zoning says and where housing is allowed and where housing isn't allowed. And then another new whereas statement clarifying that accepting the $400,000 grant does not require the city to comply with the full suite of TOC policies. And then lastly, we also made revisions to section 2 regarding the city council approval, clarifying that the council is only expressing support for the city's commitment to complete the scope of work and that the proposals will be brought back to the council for a decision. Next slide, please. So that concludes the presentation. I guess one more point that I want to make is that overall, we appreciate the questions that came from council. It allowed us to communicate more with MTC and strengthen our language to only better protect the city. We also know that there's always a chance when we're talking about competitiveness for future grants. MTC has provided a good number of grants to the city, and we know that partial compliance, which is what we're proposing, will only partially help improve the city's competitiveness for future grants. We are aware that potentially, we don't know exactly for these future grants what the grant criteria will be, So there is always some level of uncertainty regarding the city's actual standing in terms of its future competitiveness for grants. However, we believe that the risk is pretty much zero relative to the benefit that we would gain, even if that benefit is not quite large. The risk is minimal in that this is grant funding coming from MTC, and we've put in all the measures in place to ensure that there really is no risk in terms of local control being lost or increasing any kind of housing densities or development allowed in these areas. We have really limited the scope of work to only the policies that would work for the city of Milpitas. So this concludes my presentation, and I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Jay Lee. And so now I'm opening it to the public comment on this item.
I have no public speaker cards, Mayor.
Is there anyone from the public, in the audience? Okay, welcome, come.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Anil Babar with the California Apartment Association. I appreciate all the work that's been done to kind of get down to the root of the concerns we've brought up in past weeks. But I think that the chief concern still lies is in the uncertainty and the vagueness of the TOC policy. And I'll explain what I mean by that. In 2022, when this policy was initially proposed, it was a very aspirational and incentive-based policy. Since then, staff at MTC has turned it into a very prescriptive and policy that requires you to fit certain requirements to get these OBAG grants. So I think you're trimming you're narrowing the scope of the resolution, but you're also we don't know how that limits your ability to get OBAG grants. Furthermore, I think requiring the city to go through these hoops and require them to adopt certain policies to be eligible for OBAG grants when this money should be entitled to you because they're coming from the federal government, I don't think it's right. I think it's actually objectionable that they're putting these restrictions on you to get this money. I will close by saying, look, you're not the only city that has expressed concern about this. San Bruno is seriously concerned. Walnut Creek has concerns. San Jose has serious concerns. They've all decided to to really study the issue and before they move forward. And so I would urge you to take note of these other cities that have expressed concerns, have not moved forward yet. And I think the last point is, look, where's the urgency? This policy goes to the full MTC in the fall. You don't need to pass it today because you don't know what you're going to be adopting because they may change it later. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else? We have Mr. Montemayor.
Thank you. Previous speaker, great. Yeah, in my case, should we select from A, B, C, D, finders keepers, manna from the sky? But we're reluctant, probably. We're cautious, but it's all clear. Transparency will be documented. So even though I have 100 words here, I shortened it 20 words. Then we'll take it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like, from the public, that would like to speak?
I have no public speaker cards nor hands on Zoom, Mayor.
Okay, we're moving on to council discussion. Any of my colleagues have any questions? Now's the time. Oh, I do have a couple, but I'll just wait till the staff. Let me tell council. Okay, we have Councilmember, Vice Mayor Babadillo. Did you have your? Councilmember Lin, sorry.
No problem. Thank you, Mayor. I was briefed by our interim city manager. Would you confirm again that this $400,000 will be paid directly to the consultant and it doesn't flow back into our city's account? Is that what I heard from the briefing?
That's correct.
Okay.
We
And-
manage the consultant's work. We oversee the work. and we receive the invoices and MTC pays for those invoices.
Okay. And then in the TOC's email that I read here, it says councils retain local control and can choose not to adopt the policies developed. Would you explain that in a much clearer way? Yes.
My understanding is that even after the work is completed, it ultimately still needs to come back to the council, recognizing that MTC is only a regional planning and does not hold the authority and the regulations of the state, that ultimately your oversight of land use and the land policies is still in your hands, and you can adopt it or you can set it aside, is my understanding. I'm looking to Director Lee for confirmation.
That is correct. Other grants typically require the completion of a deliverable and adoption, because they are usually reimbursement based. For other grants, if the deliverable is not adopted, then the grantor sometimes can take away the funding. In this situation, this is just simply funding to do the work. So it is not contingent upon adoption or approval or denial.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lian. Anyone else? We have Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
Director, are you aware of the Diridon project in San Jose?
I am not aware.
All right, this is a project in San Jose that started, I believe, in 2020, 2021, under the precepts of the TOC policy. They were given 6.3 million in grants, I believe, right? And they're complying now with requirements set by TOC policy. If they get 6.3 and they have to build this area in a certain way, how would we believe that giving us 400,000, we wouldn't supposed to build something in accordance to their TOC plan?
I'll take a stab at answering that question. The scope of work for this is simply to increase the commercial FAR. There is nothing else being proposed other than the parking aspect. But from a development perspective, we are increasing the maximum allowed for commercial and office. So there is no other way that accepting this grant would require the city to not only allow for more development, but actually like develop an area. The city does not do that. And the city, the increase in the density is really just for the commercial and office component. And whether that happens or not is not up to the city. It is up to market forces. It just simply makes it more feasible for some of these office developments to come in and develop as much as they want to. But the city, ultimately, we're just establishing the maximum. We're just establishing regulation and policy. What actually happens is out of our control. I don't know if that's answering the question you had.
And Vice Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead.
The project that you're talking about was actually funded with Regional Measure 3 funding, not with the TOC funding that Jay Lee is talking about right now. That funding is done through tolls on bridges and requires to be used in certain kinds of public infrastructure improvements. So when you propose to dedicate that money to build those kinds of infrastructure, there are different kinds of commitments. I don't know all of the full commitments, but they are different than the TOC grant that we are talking about tonight.
Okay, I think I spoke too fast for that. Probably, yes, the source of the funding for that project is somewhere else, but what was implemented were TOC policies. We can fact check that in a bit.
So I'd like to piggyback on what City Attorney mentioned. So I serve on the VTA board, and I know for a fact that all monies from the federal government, they have to go through MTC. So even if it's on bridges and so forth, so just clarification.
Okay. So MTC is within the 9 Bay Area cities, isn't it?
Yes, the counties.
Have we, as part of our research or consideration on this policy, on this resolution, touch base with any of those 9 Bay Area cities?
Yes, the Santa Clara County, there's a regional group where all the planning officials meet on a semi-regular basis. And we have looked at resolutions from other cities and how they've adjusted. So we aren't the only city proposing adjustments to the resolution. But from the ones that I've seen, we are proposing a greater amount or a more significant changes to the resolution than most of these other cities.
From those 9 cities, how many have adopted resolutions the same way of a resolution is being presented tonight?
I can only speak for Santa Clara County. There are a few cities that receive TOC grants. I believe one may have adopted already, and then there are others that are in the process of trying to get that resolution from City Council.
You believe, you've asked, you've known?
There are a few cities, and I can check in with our project manager, who would probably know the status of each city.
All right. So we know for a fact that some cities already adopted resolution. Is that yes?
I can follow up on that. I just want to confirm.
Did we compare notes with other cities regarding this?
Yes, through the regional collaborative in Santa Clara County.
Specific cities? Or it's just a group of, collaborative group, share ideas, or specific cities like, my neighbor, Sunnyvale. Hey.
So Morgan Hill has adopted a resolution.
Who?
Morgan Hill. And yeah, so that was the one city. I just wasn't sure, but yes, I received confirmation. Morgan Hill adopted a resolution. Santa Clara and San Jose, they have received grants, but they have not adopted the resolutions yet.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. So we have Councilmember Lamb on the line. Where are you at?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. My question is there a reason, is something I did not understand is why would MTC give each of the 9 cities in the Bay Area to do the study instead of they pay their own, they go hire their own consultant to do this?
If I'm understanding the question correctly, MTC has created a consultant bench. So they did this big process to have like a collection of on-call consultants throughout the Bay Area and beyond who are ready to assist cities. So it was an attempt to make it easier for cities to utilize this consultant bench. Many of these consultants are the same consultants that we've contracted with directly and use for our other projects. So theoretically, it would be the most reputable and the best consultants that have won, that have been able to get on this consultant bench. For certain grants, we can contract out directly with those consultants, or other grants we can go through MTC. That makes the process a bit easier because going through a request for proposals process for the cities takes a lot of staff time and commitment and resources. So in creating the consultant bench, it just makes that process easier where cities don't have to do that themselves.
It seems to me it's a 2-step approach instead of 1-step approach. They could have gone through this consulting bench and then just tell us they are doing the study. Why would they give Milpitas the grant and then ask us to hire the same group of people?
So if I could try to answer that, MTC can't just have a consultant do work for a city without the city's consent. Like they can't have a consultant come in and change the zoning for a city. The city must have the desire to do so. I'm using changing zoning as like an example, but that's not what we're doing here. So MTC, they cannot just get a consultant and have them do the work that cities must initiate if cities want to. And again, this is a voluntary policy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lamb. Is there anyone else? Any other council members that would like to make a motion or have a let me see, I had a couple of questions here. So we have Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor. The biggest concern I have is the fact that there's no policy yet. There's no firm policy from MTC of what they're going to do. And here we are trying to create a resolution addressing something that is vague. That said, I'm going to make a motion to deny item 31. I'm just going to read the whole thing. Deny to adopt a resolution accepting Metropolitan Transportation Commission's transit-oriented communities planning and implementation project grants in the amount of $400,000 as a condition to receive regional discretionary funds to support increased allowable floor area ratio for the implementation of a parking and transportation demand management policy for TOC communities areas. That's my motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Chua. Is there a second? Is there a second? We have a Councilmember Lin. So it was motioned by Councilmember Chua and seconded by Councilmember Lin. So let's call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo?
Nay.
Nay,
You vote to not adopt the resolution?
not to adopt.
The motion is not to adopt.
Right.
Yes.
So it's aye.
My vote is no.
Okay. Councilmember Chua?
Aye is not to adopt.
Yes.
Wait, can you clarify that? So if we vote yes, that's to accept the resolution. If we vote no, it's not to accept the resolution.
No.
Other way
It's
around.
the
It's the other way around.
Other way around.
So you voted,
So the motion is not to adopt the resolution, so I say yes. Aye.
okay.
So my vote is no.
Your vote's no.
Councilmember Lamb?
Nay.
Councilmember Lien?
Nay.
Mayor Montano?
And I am a no in favor of Councilmember Chua's motion.
No, it's the reverse.
It's
So
the
you're-
reverse.
you're
I
not
think
aye.
we need to clarify that.
Yeah, so it's yes. Which one was it? Yes, okay.
Yes is
Yes.
not to adopt.
Yes, not to adopt.
Can you make it clear to all the council members?
Okay, the motion is not to adopt staff's recommendation. To vote in support of the motion, which is not to adopt, you would vote yes.
Okay. Should we try it again?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll start again. Vice Mayor Barbadillo?
No.
Councilmember Chua?
Yes.
Councilmember Lamb?
No.
Councilmember Lien?
No.
Mayor Montano?
And I am a yes. What happened?
It's a
The
draw.
motion failed.
Okay,
The motion failed.
the motion failed. Yeah, I did have a question. I did have there's some answers that were not, I should have asked 3 questions, like the overlay. I mean, there was some questions that I should have asked, but, so. Okay, so the motion died. Is there another, since there, I'd like to make another motion, since it looks like it, Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to table this because there's some other questions that I had on the overlays, possibly excluding, I still don't understand the concept of an overlay. If you're talking about an overlay for certain areas, I need the details on that. So yeah, I'd like to make a motion to table this to another council meeting.
Usually TOCs have permission. I mean, can I speak?
Councilmember Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
Right, that's the reason also of my vote, but is there a deadline for? There is.
We reached out to confirm, and there is no deadline.
There is no deadline. Okay, so yeah, I'm inclined to be fine, but there are some unanswered questions, and that's the reason why I voted otherwise. But I'm willing to hear if we can table this again. Most especially if we have at least comparisons or things that are the same concerns or same ideas with other cities who have been complying, who are thinking of complying, and who are not going to avail of the program. Just clarity.
Right. So is that a second?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it was
second.
motioned by myself and seconded by Vice Mayor. So call for the vote to.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo?
Aye.
Councilmember Chua?
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb?
Aye.
Councilmember Leanne?
Aye.
Mayor Montano?
And I am aye. All right, thank you. Okay, so now moving on to item 32. City Manager?
Item 32 is consideration of approving bridge funds to continue SMART services until the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority announces the 2016 Measure B grant awards in fall 2025. And if there is approval of that consideration to appropriate $300,000 from the Contingency Reserve Fund or another city resource to support the bridge funding, and authorize the city manager or designate to negotiate and execute the amendments to the agreements for bridge funding. Director Lee?
Thank you, Interim City Manager. I'm back again. And for Milpitas Smart Program update and the bridge funding. Next slide, please. So for this presentation, I'll quickly provide the background for the program. I think all of you are well aware, but I'll give a brief background and then provide also a brief program update since it's been a while, I think, since I came back. And then Milpitas, I'll go over the city's 2016 Measure B grant application, which we submitted and earlier this year, and then go over, kind of explain the potential bridge funding needed and the possible next steps. So next slide, please. If you recall, we received a grant in an earlier round for 2016 Measure B through the Innovative Transit Program. And we also executed agreements with VTA and RideCo, and then we launched the service in 2022. Initially, the ridership was low because we required rides to go through 4 main hubs in the city, but we changed it where you can get rides from any point in the city to another virtual stop in the city. And since then, ridership has really taken off. We also received $1.6 million from the state to continue operations once we expended all the Measure B funds. And then late last year, VTA announced another round of funding through this program, the call for projects. And then in February of this year, Council expressed support for the city's grant application, and then the city submitted the grant application later that month. Next slide, please. For the program update, just really high level, in 2024, the average monthly ridership was 3,970 passengers. But in this year so far, excluding March, and I'll explain why March was excluded, the average monthly ridership has been 5,282 passengers. So even though the ridership already increased a lot from 2022 and 2023, we still experienced a 33% increase from last year, which is great news. So the ridership just continues to increase. And in April 2025, just to kind of zoom in on this month and talk a little bit about the breakdown of our users. 75% of the rides were used by disadvantaged and transit-dependent populations, which include youth, seniors, low-income, and disabled populations. And to get back to why March was excluded, as you know, there was the VTA strike during that month. The city staff worked with RideCo to provide extra vehicles and extra capacity to help our citizens and help our communities and residents have access to transit during this difficult time where the buses and light rail stopped running and many populations depend on these services. So we increased our service, the number of vehicles and even the hours, and ridership was significantly higher than usual. So we didn't want to use that as a benchmark for what to expect moving forward. Next slide, please. And of course, I can always provide more details, more information about, RideCo does a really good job in keeping all the data. There's all kinds of data. It's pretty amazing. And I can always share more of that anytime. But for the grant application that we submitted, the grant request was for $2,766,114 over 18 months. One of the features that we were proposing to implement with the continued operation through the grant funding is multimodal trip planning. This would be an integration into the app where users can view transit options from our app, transit options for other services, including VTA, BART, AC Transit, etc. So this is really our effort to ensure that this service not only provides rides throughout the community, but also acts as a first and last mile solution for that gap when a rider wants to use public transit and has to go from their home to a bus stop or a light rail stop. This makes it easier to get to that stop so that it's easier to use public transit. And really the main reason for the cost going increasing on a monthly basis is the integration of autonomous vehicles. So the city proposed to add autonomous vehicles to the fleet to increase the service capacity, but also hopefully reduce operational cost over time. What this means is eventually these cars could be completely unmanned, so no driver and also no other operator staff inside the car. This would kind of eliminate the cost of paying the wages for the drivers. So over time, the idea is that the hourly rate would go down through autonomous vehicles, but also it was a component of our application that hopefully made our application more competitive due to the innovative aspect of the integration of AVs. And then part of that requirement is a local match of 20%. 10% is the minimum, but the more local match we were willing to commit to, the better our application would score. So you have the dollar amount right there, $691,529, but through a combination of cash and in-kind contributions from staff. So actually, we estimate that the majority of the local match can be achieved by in-kind staff time, which VTA counts as local match. So for example, my time, any other staff in the city that helps with this service could be included as our local match. Next slide, please. And just really, really high-level financial information. We estimate the funding that we currently have to last until early September of this year. The average monthly operating cost is a little over $100,000 a month, and then the average monthly revenue is around a little more than $5,000 a month. Again, we excluded March due to the irregularity of that situation. I share this information because that's when our funding will go until. We expect to hear from VTA or know from VTA that they expect to get to their board in September for approval of the projects that are awarded. We may have an idea of the recommendation a little bit before that, but we won't know for sure until September. So the timing is a bit tight, and I'll explain a little bit why we need the bridge funding. But this also, the average monthly operating cost and the revenue gives you an idea of how much each month costs the city. Next slide, please. So for the options for consideration, I'll go over the first option is to provide $300,000 of bridge funding to continue operating Milpitas Smart, pending notice of VTA grant award in the fall. This is staff's recommendation, but I do want to clarify that it is likely that this funding could be credited towards the city's local match requirement if the grant is received. We're in a little bit of a difficult situation because although we will know by September whether we receive the grant or not, we have to go through the process of executing agreements or amendments to these agreements with both VTA and RIDECO. That usually takes some time and then requires council approval. But VTA, I've communicated with VTA, they understand the situation that we're in, and as long as we're implementing certain aspects of the updates that I mentioned earlier, there's a good chance that the grant could be backdated to reimburse the city for any money spent during this kind of interim time. And even if not, we can still count it as our local match, which is a requirement anyways as part of receiving these grant funds. The other option would be to discontinue Smart Service after August and potentially resume in the future if the grant is received. But there are some challenges associated with stopping service. I think you could lose some momentum, ridership, people in the community who rely on this service. It takes time to restore that service. RIDECO has agreements or contracts with vehicle providers, right? We have transit operators. So there would be some challenges in stopping service and then trying to resume service without knowing whether we would even have access to those vehicles or not. So there are various challenges for stopping service, which is why why staff would not recommend this option, and really mainly because we do believe that either the city will either be reimbursed or it'll count towards our local match. And then next slide, please. So if the bridge funding is approved, and if the city receives a VTA grant, the city could appropriate 20%, the 20% match to continue Smart Service for an additional 18 months, and likely use the retroactive grant funds as credit for this match. If the city does not receive the VTA grant, the city could use one-time funding for Smart Services while staff pursues alternative funding sources, or the city could discontinue Smart. So we just want to lay the various options out there for council's consideration. Next slide. And staff's recommendation is that the City Council approve the allocation of bridge funds to continue Smart Services until the VTA announces the 2016 Measure B grant awards, as this will ensure service continuity for a transit-dependent population. So that concludes staff's presentation, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Lee. So now we will go to the public comments on this item. Anybody from the public? Welcome, Mr. Montemayor.
Thank you. It's a deep thinking and remembering all the figures like balancing 101,000 operating money every month, and there's a revenue anyway of $5,000 a month, and then for me there's a coming bridge anyway. So is it guaranteed? I believe it's guaranteed. So do we want, for the meantime, no users? Then they're flat-footed. But if even for the meantime, for the bridge, people will use it, then they will be happy. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public?
I have no speaker cards and no hands raised on Zoom, Mayor.
Okay, I don't see anyone else in the public for public comment, so we'll close the public comment and then we'll go back to the council discussion. Anyone have any comments? And we have Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say that SMART is one of the most popular services that we provide our residents. And they do, when I go to events, they always thank us for having this service in our city. So, well, thank you. I know when we first started this, we were like, what? We have 40 people a month or something like that. So, but it's been a successful initiative from us to the residents. Well, thank you. I know you're a big part of that as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So I do have a couple of comments as well. So Jay, can you tell me how much we charge per ride?
The standard fare is $2.50 per ride, and there's a reduced fare of $1 per ride for youth, seniors, disabled, and yes.
And can you give me a breakdown on how many of those $2 and $1, who they go to? Who uses them?
Like the breakdown of the users and the, okay.
For seniors and youth?
I have the data in front of me. I will just try to find the best data to present. We can go with the month of May. So in the month of May, the total passengers was 5,366. Out of that number, 1,341 were regular users, 1,218 were seniors, 911 were low income. For youth, there's 3 categories, but if I were to do the math in my head, it comes out to a little bit over 1,800 passengers. So as you can see, a significant portion of our riders are youth, seniors, and low income.
Yeah, that's so. I'm really glad that we have the SMART program here in our city, and I know that this is to allocate the $300,000 for bridge funding to take that money from. But I really feel that we need to start thinking long-term strategic planning. For example, I think that $1 for seniors and $2 because of our structural deficit. I think we should start looking at a small increase, just because we're in that structural deficit, and I'm confident that I better not jinx it. I'm hoping that we better not. I'm hoping that we can get that VTA grant and having that $300,000 bridge funding allocated. I think that will be a plus for us because it shows them that we're willing to use some of our own money to keep this important service to the community. So, and I'm really glad that we're going to have autonomous vehicles. That's another plus for us to save cost in operational cost. But this program, I don't want it to go away, but I really feel that we need to start thinking long-term about a possible increase in the fares. I mean, it's that probably it's to be fiscally responsible. Maybe not now, but in the future. So start thinking about that. But those are my thoughts. Again, this is a really important service to our community, and I don't want it to go away. So I would like to. Well, does anybody have a motion here?
Mayor, Council Lamb has his hand up.
We have a Councilmember, Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
Thank you, Mayor. So we started the SMART program in 2022, and it's gaining popularity. People like it. It's serving the most members of the community that needs it: senior, low income, and what is our long-term plan? Since we started this in 22 up until now, 2025, we have extended this twice, and we are still relying on alms and grants from VTA. And for that, as you said, for that 1 month gap, we needed at least 300,000, not just for the gap, but of course for transition later on, and then it will happen again after probably $1 million or 1.8 or 1. Whatever grant we have, and we will be in the same situation. What have we been doing since 2022 to see either we can sustain this with permanency? There's a readily and available source of funds other than waiting for grants. Do we have a plan? Because that's my question, because it's either we stop it now, because for the next year or two it's going to be 10,000 community members it's going to double. The rate that we're going now is going to double, and it's going to be more closer to to their needs and hearts. And I just don't want to cut it at the time unless at this mid, right, 3 years after, we have a definite plan, not just asking for extension or grants. Is there something that, you know, that would be able to rely on for a long term?
That is a great question, Vice Mayor. I can answer that a little bit, but before I go on, I also want to mention that we have a representative from RIDECO, the project manager, Samuel Moffett, who is on Zoom and who can also provide a little bit more information on their experiences in other cities who might have had this program for a bit longer. But I could answer that question a little bit. The financial sustainability is always on our mind, but it is a challenge, I'll be honest. I believe the cost per passenger is around $20. So the fare, if we wanted to be 100% cost recoverable, would have to be about that amount, which would actually be, you know, getting to like Uber level cost, which, you know, the differentiator for this program compared to like Uber is that there's more ride sharing, but also that it's more affordable. So it is a challenge. I do think increasing the fares long term is a step towards bridging that gap. Also incorporating AVs. Right now, or the grant application proposes to continue with traditional vehicles and supplementing that with AVs. Long term, as AV technology advances, perhaps like not only will the cost go down due to not needing a driver, but also as the technology improves, I've spoken with some AV companies where they believe that just the cost in general will go down a little bit as well. So on that end, perhaps the cost of operating these vehicles will go down a little bit as well. So with the increase in fare revenue and a slight decrease in the operational costs. So I think that'll help improve the kind of the gap. But beyond that, I mean, a lot of transit services are not really cost recovery if you speak to the transit agencies as well. But I do think that with the greater number of passengers that we get, we can start approaching like levels of efficiency that buses achieve. So I think there was always a thought, this is speculative, but I know that VTA is aware. They funded multiple microtransit programs. They are aware of the programs out there. Perhaps there can be efficiencies in cities partnering together or even VTA taking over these microtransit programs. So I think long-term, those are options that I do believe VTA is exploring as I've spoken with them for whether they'd be interested in thinking about microtransit and how that fits into their other services. I don't want to speak for them, but these are the conversations that I've had with VTA staff.
This is Matt Kano, Assistant City Manager. Just to briefly add to what Director Lee said, a few weeks ago, VTA went to their board with the first of a two-part analysis. The first part was an analysis of microtransit operations throughout the county, and as Director Lee indicated, that analysis is showing that none of them are be able to really recover their costs, and they do need subsidization and are really relying on one-time funding sources. VTA is planning on going back to their board, and I don't have a timeline for that, but it's clear in their staff report they're planning on going back to their board for discussion and evaluation of a potential regional program. I don't know where that'll end up, but that discussion is formally happening with the VTA and their board right now.
Okay.
But I do think that what our program is doing is that it's showing that there is a demand and that it does fill a need. So I think this kind of information and all the quarterly reports we provide to VTA will hopefully give them the information that they need to make those kinds of decisions.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I remember, you know, when I sat with VTA, the VTA buses and trains are not even cost recovery like this. Yes, okay. Let's continue to feed them, and hopefully, you know, VTA and other sources would feel that this is, as Matt said, would be you know, good for micro transportation in the region and have some more grants. All right. So yes, I'm fine with the funds to bridge it, but I would encourage us to look for a long-term solution, and I don't believe that even if we increase fares, that would, you know, help out other sources during the time that, you know, we exhaust the next dollar amount given to us for this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And as I reiterated, we need to have a long-term plan, the sustainability. That could, like I said, increasing the fares, you don't have to increase it by a whole lot. And also corporations, corporations that we have here in the city, ask them to fund. And I think there have been some corporations that have been funding, I think in Mountain View, but I'm not 100% sure. But if that hasn't happened, maybe we should be looking into that for sponsors or people that are other corporations that are willing to invest in their community by investing in the SMART program.
Yeah,
So-
actually, if I may add, because you reminded me of an important point, we are actually reaching out to businesses and to see if they would be interested in sponsoring.
Great,
We are
oh,
going to release a survey and really working with our economic development team to see if we can get that happening.
That would be great. Okay, so we have a Vice Mayor
Mayor, we
Chua.
still have Councilmember Lamb with his hand raised.
Yeah, you need to let me know ahead of time because I can't see it here. So we have Councilmember Lamb. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of questions. How many smart vehicle we have?
What do you say? Can you speak louder?
How many smart vehicles we have?
We have 7.
7. And then the $101,000 per month expense. Do you have a breakdown of that?
I believe Samuel Moffett could provide more details, but generally that cost not only covers the cost of operating the vehicles through the sub-consultant, but also the cost for all the software and the application aspect, and some outreach as well, marketing and outreach.
Yeah. How many percent? What's the percentage for labor costs, the drivers, and what besides? I assume the labor cost is the majority of the cost, and then what are the second and third highest expenses?
I would defer to Samuel Moffett if he's.
So that 101,000 per month is directly related to the per hour fee that Milpitas pays for the turnkey service. So that's inclusive of the vehicle operations, the drivers, the maintenance, as well as the software, which is maintaining the passenger searches and all of that database. The majority of the expense is, you're correct, for drivers, the hourly rate that drivers receive for operating the vehicles. And then the second highest along with that is just the vehicle leases and the vehicle maintenance. But that cost includes everything because it is a turnkey service.
Can you be more specific? Like numbers? You mentioned per hours. What are the dollar per hour rate? And then I want to be more specific.
Sure. So I don't have the exact per hour rate that the drivers are paid with me today. The way that works is we work with Silver Ride, which is a nationwide ADA service provider. They provide paratransit service throughout the East Bay as well, and they're the ones that provide the vehicles and the vehicle operators for RideCo. And the hourly rate was starting between $25 and $30, at least when we started the contract with them. I don't have updated numbers for them today. And that was the hourly rate for drivers there. But as far as the exact value for how that breaks down, I don't have those numbers today.
Okay. Yeah, Jake, can you summarize and provide some more detailed information? It's kind of a surprising for me that 7 vehicle and costs $101,000 per month. So I'd like to understand why does it cost so much to operate?
I think Samuel kind of provided some of the breakdown for all the different costs. I guess I could kind of speak to, and then what you might be getting at perhaps is, I think another idea for potentially making it more financially sustainable is potentially purchasing vehicles. We submitted a grant application for another grant a while back, and the part of that proposal was to actually the city to purchase our own vehicles.
Yes.
That's a bigger upfront cost, but may save costs over time. But I think Sam kind of summarized the various components and why they add up to that.
So the hourly rate that Milpitas pays for this service, for the turnkey service, is $71 per vehicle revenue hour, which is per hour that the vehicles are actually available and providing service to the public. Per week, the vehicles operate about 340-ish hours in total across all 7 vehicles for the 6 days that the service operates. And so when you do the math for the month, then you get to about 101,000 there. But really what that comes down to is those 340 hours and then that $71 per hour cost. That $71 per hour cost is quite low, especially for the Bay Area here. When you look at similar services for example, in Palo Alto, that also has a Measure B funded service, their hourly cost is in the $90 to $100 range. And if you look at VTA fixed route services, their hourly cost is in about the $140 to $160 range for a full-size bus per hour. And that's something that allows Milpitas Smart to actually be very efficient on a cost per passenger basis. If you look at the subsidy that you're providing per passenger, it's similar to some of the VTA fixed route services there because of that lower hourly cost. But it's that 71 per hour times 340 per week times 4 weeks per month that gets you that 101.
Okay. If we go with autonomous vehicle, let's say we purchase them, and then would the number go dramatically lower since there's no driver? And then if we pay for the vehicle, there should not be any more hourly charges.
I can try to answer kind of high level. I don't know if I don't think we've considered purchasing like autonomous vehicles. I think we were thinking of, if in the application, purchasing like hybrid or EV. So that's kind of a different conversation in terms of purchasing AVs. I don't know if that's possible. But yeah, so that's one thing. And then, sorry, what was the rest of the question again?
Yeah, by purchasing the autonomous vehicle, we don't have to pay any more hourly rate to drivers or the rentals or whoever.
Yeah, I think I'll defer to Sam in terms of the possibility of purchasing AVs. I had never considered that. I would say, like, yeah, in terms of, what was it? I had something on my mind.
I can chime in here though. So for the autonomous vehicle portion of this, and for the grant application, we partnered with May Mobility, which has several autonomous vehicle deployments throughout the US. Initially, the cost is similar or even a little bit higher per revenue hour because there needs to be kind of that training of the AVs, and because initially, due to some certifications for public transit, there has to be a staff member on board. Now, the long-term plan here, when we look 2 or 3 years out, you can remove that staff member, then that cost will come down. The way that it works with autonomous vehicle companies right now is that they own the vehicle. And so that's why we don't have an answer for, can the city purchase the AV or what does that look like? And just speaking from the software side, there is a compute fee that, AI has costs to it. And so there may still be some sort of hourly rate that is charged from the search vehicle dispatching side that Radco has, as well as from the vehicle operations side that May Mobility has. However, part of this grant application, and I don't have the numbers in front of me right now, was kind of proving out this lower cost in the long term And so I know that that's something that has been considered and that VTA is looking at as part of the decision to fund this grant.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lam. We have Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to just mention that Milpitas SMART program is well known to the VTA, at least to the VTA policy group, which is everybody, like the 15 cities in the Santa Clara County, that we have a very robust and very aggressive way of implementing our program. And I'm sure Mayor also is a voice over at the VTA board, and they do appreciate our, getting an award for the Milpitas SMART, getting all this acknowledgement. And I just want to point that out, that we've gone a long way and we've been very successful. And again, I want to thank, the staff, of course, Director Jay, and we want to keep this program. Whether, like the mayor said and the vice mayor said, whether we partner with businesses, we look at high-tech, high-tech solution in terms of AVs, that would be good. We have to think outside the box to keep this program going. That's all I want to say. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Chua. Is there anyone else that would like to make any comments? If not, let's take
Yeah,
a
I just
vote.
want to make one comment.
So do we have Councilmember Lam?
Yeah, thank you. Just one.
Let me hold on.
Yeah,
Okay.
just one comment. I'd like the staff to look into the cost. I believe if we do our due diligence, then we can reduce the cost of this program. I also like this program a lot. And then it just seems like the way we operate this program is not as efficiency as I liked. Yeah,
That's
that's
true.
all.
Okay, Mayor.
Thank you.
Do
Thank
this
you,
now.
Councilmember Lam. Okay, we have Councilmember Chua.
Seeing we have exhausted all comments, I would like to move. I would like to move to approve item 32 based on the recommendation of staff as stated on the agenda.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Chua. Is there a second? And it is seconded by Councilmember Lian. Let's take the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lam,
All right.
Councilmember Lian,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I'm an aye. Thank you. Now we're moving on to community services and sustainable infrastructure. City Manager?
The next item is consideration of approval of the conceptual design for Metro Tango Sub-District Park.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Michael Silvera, the city engineer. I'll be doing the introduction of this presentation, and then it'll be followed by the landscape architect. We'll do the main core presentation, and I'll conclude it. So tonight we are here to present the conceptual design for the new Metro Tango Park, which is to be named later. Next slide, please. The new 4-acre neighborhood park is listed as a project in the basic infrastructure program of the Metro specific plan, which will be fully funded by the task impact fee. It will be constructed on 2 city-owned parcels within the Tango subdistrict of the specific plan. The park will be integrated between Sango Court and South Milpitas Road extension infrastructure projects, which are anticipated to be completed in 2027. The park will be split by Sango Court, and whereas Park Side 1 is integrated around South Milpitas Boulevard extension, and Park Side 2 will be expansion of Rathbone Park. These parks will achieve the Metro goals of providing public open space and safe pedestrian bicycle connectivity in the area. To ensure the roads are integrated with the park, City retained Calendar Associates to complete the planning and CEQA phase. The first step of CEQA environmental analysis is to develop a preferred conceptual design plan based on community feedback. Upon approval from Council, we will finalize the CEQA analysis and return back to Council to adopt a determination. Now I will hand the presentation over to Marie with Calendar to discuss community outreach and the development of the preferred conceptual design. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Just want to make sure everyone can hear me. Okay. Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members, and members of the community. I will be sharing the details of our community outreach and conceptual design process that we went through, which formed the basis of the preferred conceptual plan that I'm presenting tonight. So we kicked off the community outreach effort for the project in September of 2024, when we held our first round of community meetings. And a total of 26 community members participated in our in-person and virtual meetings. In addition, we had 99 community members participate through an online survey. So at this first round of meetings, we reviewed the project background, the existing conditions, the site context, and we received input on preferred park features. And you can see the results here. We found that an overwhelming majority, or 90% of participants, live in Milpitas. We had participants from all age groups, though they skewed young, with almost 70% of participants between the ages of 26 to 45. And we found that nearly half of the participants live with a comfortable quarter-mile walking distance of Tango Park. So that was all good, great news. The main question we asked at this meeting was, which park features are you most interested in seeing at the park? And you can see in the chart to the right, the top responses were playground, walking loop, group picnic area, basketball court, tennis court, and open lawn. So based on this initial input that we received from the community, we developed 3 conceptual design alternatives. And the alternatives offer a range of park amenities and activity levels from which community members could then express their preference. Next slide. So concept A is our multi-generational concept. It provides recreational opportunities for park visitors of all ages. So key features of concept A include a youth play area to supplement the existing playground at the adjacent Augustus Rathbone Park, a tennis court, basketball court, parkour course and rock climbing wall, a garden walk, and a bosque of trees with seating. Next slide. The second concept focuses on more passive activities. Key features of concept B include a community garden, bosque of trees, walking loop with fitness stations, play area, basketball court, and a dog park. Next slide. The third concept focuses on more active uses. Key features for concept C include multiple tennis courts, half-court basketball, as well as bank shot basketball, walking loop, fitness cluster for exercise, youth play area, community garden, and dog park. And all 3 concepts sought to incorporate the community's preferred park features and create a cohesive park experience that visually unifies the physically separated sites. Next slide. We also presented 3 potential park themes to the community, and theming can help create and reinforce a sense of place. It encourages creative play for children and also makes for a more memorable experience for park visitors. So the creek theme was inspired by the adjacent Penitentiary Creek and the movement and properties of water, as well as the flora and fauna of the creek habitat. The second theme is inspired by the nature that's all around us and by the neighboring plant-inspired street names. And then the last theme, innovation, is inspired by Milpitas' identity as an integral part of Silicon Valley and the home of many high-tech companies. Next slide. In January of 2025, we held our second round of in-person and virtual meetings. At this round of meetings, we shared the results of the input from the first round, and we presented the 3 conceptual alternatives and 3 potential themes to the community. We had a total of 10 meeting attendees and a total of 95 survey participants. The main questions we asked during the second round of outreach was, which theme do you prefer, and which of the 3 park concepts do you prefer? We also asked follow-up questions to better understand the features and amenities that participants liked the most and which did they like the least. And so we can see that the community was split between the nature and creek themes in the chart in the top left corner. And then the community had a preference for concept B, which is shown in the chart in the top right corner. The most liked features across all three concepts were the walking loop, play area, bosque of trees, group picnic area, and tennis courts. And the dog park received the highest ranking for a feature that was not well liked, though the write-in comment suggested the reason why was because community members felt the area dedicated to dogs was too big and too close to homes. Next slide. So based on this input, a preferred conceptual plan was developed by incorporating the most preferred features across all three concepts into the layout for concept B. And so this involved combining both active uses like the sport court with passive uses like the community garden and open lawn. The resulting plan offers multi-generational inclusive recreation opportunities from play areas to bank shot basketball to fitness stations. And current estimated costs for the park are in the $8 to $10 million range, with funding anticipated to come from the transit area specific plan impact fee. Next slide. So the preferred conceptual plan is shown in the next series of slides. Each slide has three primary features highlighted with a number and dashed in different colored lines that correspond to an example image of the feature shown on the left side of the slide. And so starting at the southwestern parcel, the preferred plan includes a community garden, which is shown in the dashed blue line and also labeled number 1. Includes 90-degree on-street parking shown in the dashed yellow, and includes entry plazas with seating sized to accommodate events dashed in red. The plan also includes pathway connections to townhome development and to Augustus Rathbone Park. Connection to the bike path along Penitentiary Creek would be provided where the red number 1 is shown. Play areas for tot and youth age groups will be provided, also shown in the dashed red. And the play area will be enclosed by a fence with central picnic area with shade structure and a restroom with drinking fountain, all nearby to make parental supervision easier. A decorative, colorful pavement treatment will be applied to the South Milpitas Boulevard roadway extension, and this is shown in yellow. And the treatment helps to visually connect the two sides of the Northern Park parcel. Next slide. I'm sorry, go back. The last feature there was the lighted sport court, and that will be provided with amphitheater seating. That's shown in the dash blue to the right. Okay, next slide. Finally, with the last parcel, proposed bank shot basketball, this is dashed in blue. This will allow children of all abilities to build their skills and confidence in shooting hoops. And then due to the higher density of adjacent residential developments, many of which lack a private yard, a dog park with small and large dog areas is proposed to reduce potential conflicts with non-dog owners. This area is dashed in red. And we did reduce the size of the dog park and move the location further from the adjacent residences compared to the original concept alternative. And this was done to address the community concerns. And then by reducing the size of the dog park, we can provide a large open area, a large lawn area to the north of the dog park for use by the general public. And then the last feature is a walking loop, which was highly supported by the community. And we've adjusted length to maximize its utility for exercise, and that's shown in the brown. That completes my presentation of the park design. I will hand the floor back to Michael.
Thank you, Marie. I'm going to conclude this presentation with a few more slides. Next slide, please. Thank you. At the Parks, Recreation, Cultural Resources Commission in May, the design received support from the community and commission. There was a request to evaluate if pickleball courts could be accommodated. At City Council meeting on May 20th, staff was directed to explore and study indoor and outdoor pickleball facility opportunities throughout the city. So Tango Park will be included as part of that study in parallel with the CEQA analysis. Next slide, please. Next steps. Upon approval of the design today, CEQA will be initiated, which is anticipated to be adopted by next spring. Construction is anticipated to start by the summer of 26 after the road infrastructure projects are completed. Next slide, please. Recommendation: approve the preferred conceptual design for Metro Tango Subdistrict Park, project number 2023. This completes our presentation, and we'll be happy to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike and Maria. Yeah, thank you for, that was a great presentation. So, public comment on this item
I have no public speaker cards, Mayor.
in the audience?
Very quickly, nice project. I believe they could fit in all the concept in 2028. Thank you.
That was short and sweet. All right, thank you. Okay, now moving, I don't see anybody else, so moving to the council. Council have any comments? I have a couple. So I would like to make sure that we have a bathroom there, you know, and water faucets and lighting. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is last year when I was campaigning, I went to that neighborhood, and that's what they were complaining about. They knew they said they needed a bathroom and they needed water fountains, you know, for the kids when they play, they get tired, and they, you know, instead of having to go back to their home and get some water, they would like some water at a water faucet. And then lighting, I'd like lighting, sufficient lighting, because we have Sango Park. It's going to be connected, and we've already had a couple. I think we have some issues with some of the residents there, so I just want to make sure that there's enough lighting there.
Yeah.
Is there anybody? I think that's all I have, but it's a good, seems like it's a good project. It's going to be a big park, right? Huge.
This is going to be very similar to DeLongo Malong's Park, so we'll have lighting, have restrooms. There'll be very similar amenities. We didn't talk about all the amenities yet. We're just getting on the big conceptual level of this project.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any comments from the council? We have Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say, because I was at the Parks and Recs Commission when this was presented, and it was well received by the commissioners. You guys did a great job on that one. Thank you. And Renee was there too. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else? With that, I need a motion in a second. Unless someone else has another disc. How about Councilmember Lamb? Did you have any questions, comments?
In general, I like the concept. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Mhm.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, that's one thing about Milpitas. We do value our parks. Okay, so we have Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
All right, move to approve the conceptual design for Metro Tango Subdistrict Park project number 2023.
Okay, it was moved by Vice Mayor and seconded by Councilmember Lin. Call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo?
Aye.
Councilmember Chua?
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb?
Aye.
Councilmember Lian?
Aye.
Mayor Montano?
And I'm an aye. Thank you very much. And now moving on to the items that were pulled from consent. So we have C7, and that one was,
Yes.
League of California Cities.
oh, right, so that was Vice Mayor Barbadillo that pulled that one. So Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Prior to this item being put into the calendar, I did not have my availability, but at this point, I would want to be considered for the opportunity to attend the League of California Cities conference in October.
Okay, I think, so we can have city attorney or city manager, if you can, what's the next step, since he didn't put the request in early, but from my understanding, Councilmember Chua is not attending, so maybe do a switch. I'm not sure. Go ahead.
The way to get Vice Mayor Barbadillo included is, as you motion to approve the item, just include that this includes all council members and Vice Mayor Barbadillo, and that should be sufficient.
Okay. So that's your motion? Okay, I said. I second that. So, and then, okay, so let's call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb,
Aye.
Councilmember Lian,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I am an aye. Okay, so now my C-17, the one I pulled, this is going to be quick, and this is authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute an amendment to the agreement of Ascent Environmental for consultation services related to the preparation of the Gateway Main Street specific plan. And the question I would like to, well, the comment or to interject there is to make sure that we have an entertainment district, to include that in there. So that's it. So that's my motion. Is there a second? Okay, so now let's call a motion by myself and seconded by.
Hi, Mayor. This is Matt Kane, Assistant City Manager. Could I, if you don't mind, could I ask Jay Lee to briefly explain how he would be implementing that direction?
Okay, go ahead.
Make sure that satisfies the council.
Thank you, Mayor. We heard previous comments regarding an entertainment district. So the public review draft actually calls out the plan area as an entertainment district in the vision chapter of the plan now. So towards the beginning of the plan, there are several pages related to the vision. One of them is called vision and placemaking, and we do call out the area as an entertainment district. We also specifically labeled the area on Main Street that you mentioned previously as an entertainment district. So we also visualize it on a map. And then we also refer to, so also in the along Main Street, actually not Main Street, but the Crossroads area where the Sarah Center is, there are a couple of options for how to redevelop the Sarah Center, and both of them include either like one option includes a linear like public gathering space, another option includes more of a square, and both of those are to fulfill that purpose of having an entertainment district in the heart of the plan as well. So we heard your comments. We sprinkled it in throughout various exhibits.
Okay, great. So it was motion by myself, and thank you for the extra comments, and seconded by Councilmember Chua. And so now let's call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb,
Aye.
Councilmember Lian,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
Aye. Thank you.
Sorry, Mayor, there was, did we take public comment on that item?
Oh, any public comments on that item?
I always go to long bits, and this other one is 17. Yeah, the recommendations 1 and 2, all good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, do we call for the vote already? I'm getting tired already. Okay, so now moving on to C-28. And that is to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute an amendment to the agreement for Asian-inspired congregate nutritious meals services with Moon Chef LLC. And yeah, and that's it. So my question is, are you including vegetarians? Because we have a large number of people that are becoming vegans. Vegan, is that what they call it? Vegan? So does that include vegan? We can't hear you.
I apologize. We currently offer vegetarian meals every day. So five meals a week have all vegetarian options.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. So any public comment on that?
Voltaire LLC. I think there's no responsibility on the LLC. Is that the meaning? Thank you.
All right, thank you. I like how you putting your 2 cents in. All right. So it was, now we've been done with public comment, and so, oh, we have one more on the dais. Okay, we have Councilmember Lin.
Yes, Director Lorenzen. This is 167 for 3-year term. And how many seniors are we serving?
We serve 260 days out of the year, anywhere between 80 and over 100 meals a day. Individual non-repeating seniors, I would need to look that number up, but we have a great group that come and eat with us every day. And for some, it's the only warm meal that they have a day. So we're happy to serve every single one of them.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember Lin. Okay, now that we're done with the public comments and the dialogue between the council members, I'm tired. Okay, so now we will call for the vote.
Mayor, we need a motion.
Oh,
and
actually, we
second.
have to do a motion first.
Second.
Okay, so it was motioned by Councilmember Lin and seconded by Councilmember Chua. Let's call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo. Aye. Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb.
Aye.
And Councilmember Lian.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I am an aye. Thank you. Okay, so now moving on to announcements and future agenda items. So, City Manager, do you have any comments or?
I just want to wish all council members a great recess. This is at the adjournment of this meeting. You all start your recess and wish you the best and get rest. And I'll see you all on July 1st for our workshop.
Okay, great. Thank you. Anyone else have any other ones? We have Councilmember Lian.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank Christian DiRenzo and his team for helping me out with an emergency last night in due time, so that it saved me a lot of headaches. Thank you, Christian.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, so I have one item. So a couple of weeks ago, I attended a fundraiser, the Joseph Betancourt fundraiser, and one of the recipients was telling me that she applied for a Milpitas sports grant for her children, but she was denied because her children were homeschooled and they did not attend Milpitas Unified School District. My question is, so I would like a policy change on that, because sometimes children, they receive grants to go to private school, Christian school, Catholic school, and they should not be denied a grant from the city just because they attend a private school or they are home-based. And this family was home-based. So I'd like this policy to come back, or I'm not sure what the process is, City Manager.
We will add this to the prioritization process and vet it out and then come back and.
Oh, okay.
And then also, if you have the contact information of the family,
Yes, I do.
I know that we could reach out and explain the process as well. I believe in this case, there was an issue also with having the appropriate.
We also need to ask for consensus to put this on the prioritization list.
But in this case, there was, the policy was the issues around having some form of certification for homeschooling or things of that sort. So we'll have to look at that in terms of if that's a criteria that we can be more flexible, or if that's a criteria that needs to stand.
Yeah, even if they are homeschooled, I think that should not prevent a family that would like some assistance. Because, usually if you have to be low income, you have to be low income to apply to be granted. So I would like to put this, ask the council if we could put that as one of the priority list. Is there
Yes, I'll call for consensus now, Mayor.
Call for
Vice
that
Mayor
consent.
Barbadillo.
Or to bring back and discuss the policy, Mayor? Yes, I'm fine.
Councilmember Chua?
Yes.
Councilmember Lamb?
I'm fine.
Yeah, Councilmember Leanne?
Yes.
Mayor Montano?
Yes. Okay, thank you. And anyone else have any comments? Councilmember Lamb, anything? If not,
No, not now.
okay, we are adjourned. Everyone have a safe July recess and have fun. And hopefully I'll see you at 4th of July event. Thank you. Bye. Meeting adjourned.